Good morning and welcome to the May 23rd regular council meeting. Going to call it to order. Looking for an adoption of the agenda.
Moved.
Councillor Billingsley. We've got an addition for 55th Avenue. We'll have that as 10D under staff reports. Update from administration. Anything else? Nope. Move to adopt as amended. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We've got open mic. Horizons is presenting first. Sarah? Dean, is that mic on?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Gandam and Council. My name is Sarah Peranto, and I am here on behalf of Horizon Centre. Horizon Centre is one of the agencies in Wetaskiwin which has provided supports to adults with disabilities for over 40 years. During the May Council meeting, you heard from Catholic Social Services regarding the human impact of Council's decision to cease Wetaskiwin Transit Handyvan services at the end of June. Catholic Social Services spoke to two real-life examples of the negative effect this will have on individuals. However, we can assure you there are many more examples like this. With the information that was available to public, Council's decision to cease Handyvan services was based on numbers. So today I have a number to share. That number is 4,000. 4,000 is the number of hours individuals who attend Horizon Centre volunteer annually. These individuals are an integral part of the volunteer base within the city of Wetaskiwin and surrounding area, giving back to their community to many organizations such as Salvation Army Food Bank, Church and Store, Meals on Wheels, Reynolds Alberta Museum, Neighbors Outreach, and several more. For some of these organizations, these individuals are their largest volunteer base and would struggle without them. With no transportation to access day programs, individuals will not be able to participate as they have, which in turn would take away from other not-for-profits, agencies, and businesses in the city. This concludes my comments at this time. Thank you, Mayor Gandam and Council.
Thank you very much. Dale Crabtree. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam and City Council. I'm Dale Crabtree, Vice President of Wetaskiwin District Association of Community Services, also known as WDAX. I've also served on the City Council and on the Wetaskiwin Handyvan Society Board. People worldwide saw the impact social isolation had on the health and well-being of individuals, young and old, sick or healthy, disabled or able-bodied during the height of the pandemic. While we were fortunate not to have lost any individuals in our service directly due to COVID, we did lose individuals due to indirect but significant impact of COVID, including social isolation. Cutting access to the transportation in Wetaskiwin will have the same effect. Our individuals who are in wheelchairs will be institutionalized in their own homes and will not be able to access any of their community services, including medical, personal appointments, work, volunteer, and recreational opportunities, to name a very few. The city's decision to cease operation was based on financial impacts of running such a service. While the personal cost to our most vulnerable citizens cannot be overstated today, I will briefly share the financial impact that this decision will have on our community. WDAX has served this community for 59 years. We've served some of our community's most vulnerable citizens who have called Wetaskiwin their home for decades. Close to half of the regular transit ridership is transported from Catholic Social Services to WDAX daily to access much needed services. If these citizens who need specialized transportation due to no fault of their own cannot access our programs, we stand to lose upwards of $50,000 a month, $600,000 a year in direct care, staffing, and supervision. The sustainability of the longest running organization serving people with disabilities in this community would be in jeopardy. For the last 6 years alone, WDAX has contributed significant employment opportunities in our community, with close to $28 million going to employee salaries and benefits. When combined with our purchase of goods and services in Wetaskiwin, close to $36 million has gone back into the Wetaskiwin community, this during COVID years. COVID impacted communities on all levels. WDAX has lost $250,000 a year, and with your decision to cease transportation services, could lose another $600,000 a year. With that in mind, I'm here today to ask for your consideration on two requests. WDAX is sitting at the table with other disability service organizations, seniors organizations, and transport companies. There has been little time since the FOIP information was received to create a viable transportation plan. As you know, this is a complex service that requires creativity in its business model. This transportation coalition will present as a delegation a proposal for services at your June 26th meeting. Currently, we are asking you to consider these requests. Delay your date to cease operations, given the complexity of developing and running such an important service. Time is needed to do it right. Respectfully, we are asking that you maintain services to the end of the calendar year. Alternatively, if this is not feasible, we would ask that you consider giving a grant to bridge between the city services and an interim provider while a long-term strategy is under development. 2, keep your assets, 3 buses in the community. That may require a transfer to one of the nonprofit societies again. This is a short-term strategy while a viable long-term strategy is being developed. We are requesting these 2 options be considered and approved, and a proposal for the transition of services, including these requests, will be submitted in a required timeline prior to your June 26th meeting. Without the handy van, Wetaskiwin is one of the very few communities in central Alberta without a handy van service. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dale. Next up, I have Jody Nobes, or a delegate. No, nobody's online. Oh, okay. Item 6, consent agenda. Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council accepts special council meeting minutes for May 8th, 2023. I move that City Council accepts regular council meeting minutes for May 8th, 2023. And I move that City Council accepts council action task summary as of May 1st, 2023. Report is information.
Moved by Councillor Eberly. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 8, delegations, BGC. Morning, Justin.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see some friendly faces this morning to calm my nerves. I do want to thank you for your time today to hear how City of Wetaskiwin can help celebrate BGC Wetaskiwin on Friday, June 2nd for Club Day. Club Day is an annual day to showcase the incredible work of BGC clubs across Canada, helping children and youth from coast to coast change their lives for good. BGC Wetaskiwin is requesting to raise the BGC flag at City Hall on Friday, June 2nd, 2023 for the 6th Annual National Awareness Day, Club Day. BGC Wetaskiwin, founded in 1988, is a leading provider of programs to children, youth, and their families. Our organization is governed by a volunteer board of directors and operated by a professional team comprised of an executive director, program directors, program delivery staff, volunteers, and practicum students. Over 1,200 children, youth, and families access our programs each year in 3 service locations located in the City of Wetaskiwin. BGC Wetaskiwin is a member of BGC Canada, a national movement of clubs in 700 community locations across Canada, currently providing healthy development opportunities to more than 200,000 children from preschool to youth to adulthood annually. For over 100 years, clubs across Canada have been helping young Canadians discover, develop, and achieve their potential. At this time, There are 18 landmarks across Canada that will have flag raisings and/or be lit up in green for BGC Club Day. June 2nd, 2023 has also been proclaimed as a BGC Club Day in Oshawa, Durham, and London. It would be wonderful to add the City of Wetaskiwin to these lists. Thank you again for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me. I move that City Council accepts the Boys and Girls Club flag raising report as information.
Go ahead.
My question through the chair to
Is your
administration.
mic on?
Yes, it is. My question is through the chair to administration. Do we not have a policy for outside agencies for flag raising?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we have a policy, but the only thing the city manager is allowed to approve is if there is a dignitary coming.
So we would need to amend the policy to allow it.
Yeah, ongoing, but you could make a motion now.
You could make a motion out to that policy then?
You could make a motion directing administration. And then if we wanted to change the policy,
Thank you.
yep. Anything further? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Just a follow-up question. Can we make a motion that doesn't impact the policy directly? Like we can do a one-time motion? Then I would like to make a motion.
We have a motion on the floor to
Oh,
accept
okay.
this information. Follow up.
Thank
we
you.
could, yeah, as a subsequent, for sure. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move to raise the BGC Club flag on June 2nd for 2023 for Club Day.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Just for clarification, we would replace one of the flags that is there now, so I'm suggesting the city flag.
Agreed.
Okay. Can you just pull that motion up, please? Perfect. That was also going to be my motion. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess, discussion, I think it's important then that we go forward and review the policy of the flag raising so that this doesn't become political of deciding on who is and who does not get the ability. So I don't know if we need to then have another motion to direct administration to review the flag policy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd also like to see another flagpole out there, yeah, so that then it doesn't become a switching of our flags as well. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think further to Justin's request was the declaration of June 2nd as BGC Club Day, and could that be added to the motion, or would that be a separate motion?
There's a proclamation policy that Justin could follow with our administration.
Okay. So that means what?
Justin will follow up with our administration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank
For the
you.
proclamation. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 8B, Canada Day Committee.
Council. Thank you for seeing us.
Good morning.
Before I begin, I have some handouts to pass around.
Thank you.
All right. So to begin with some background, last July, the Heritage Museum stepped into the role of coordinating Canada Day festivities for the city of Wetaskiwin. At the December 12th, 2022 regular council meeting, the city of Wetaskiwin and the Heritage Museum reached an agreement that the museum will continue in the role in an official capacity, and it's pursuant to this goal that the Parade Subcommittee is here today. In 2022, the council approved the same request as are being asked today. So to begin, our committee requests that one, the closing of 50th Ave from, that's Main Street, from 47th Street to 55A Street from 10:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Two, we are requesting assistance from city staff with the setting up of barricades at the following intersections on Parade Day. That is 47th Street, 50th Street, 52nd Street, 53rd Street, 54th Street, and 55th Street. Alternatively, if council can't spare the staff, we'd just request that barricades be left at the locations at an earlier date. Third, we are requesting the closing of the Manlock Recreation Center until 1 p.m. And fourth, we're requesting use of the city's electronic sign to provide notification of the upcoming road closure and display of the time of the parade. In the handout, you may see that we were specifying to set it up at the 47th Street traffic circle. That was an error on my part. We weren't planning to specify a location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For a motion to accept as information. Councillor Nielsen, any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the parade is starting at the Manlock Center, I'm wondering why we have to have the parking lot closed until 1 o'clock. Reason being, sometimes we've had ball tournaments and things down there, and if the ball tournament is going to start maybe a bit earlier than noon. Also, the closing of the Manlock Aquatic Center, I'm wondering why it would have to be closed until 1 o'clock as well. Once the parade gets going, then people get all the way down the other end of Main Street, and then they disperse from there. I mean, usually it's been done in reverse, but dispersal will be down by close to the Madison Manor in that area, so I don't know why we would have to close until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Was there a reason for the closure of the Manic Center until 1?
It could be, not particularly, it could be at an earlier date. Did we have a reason? Yeah, thank you.
Hey, through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So typically we use the whole parking lot at the Civic Center for marshalling the parade. So the Manluck does need to open later. Last year it opened at 1 o'clock, so that's 2 hours later than normal. And that worked really well to make sure all the traffic was cleared out, and then the patrons could then access the facility.
Anything further? Can I ask that you work with our administration to get the road closure done? It doesn't need to be a motion of council to have that done, so our city manager has that ability.
Oh, okay,
All right?
thank you.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 9, staff reports for information. Reserve policy review.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we had Brenda on this one, but she is, I don't believe she's here for this. Tulu, do you want to speak to it, or you want me to? Okay.
Good morning, Council. The city's current reserve policy was established in 2006 and revised in 2019. As part of the budget process for 2024, administration would like to bring the reserve policy to Council for their review, with the understanding that adjustments to the review policy can be recommended and made during the 2024 budget deliberations as Council reviews revenue sources and expenses for the municipality. I will now go through the changes to this policy. The first one is that the facility reserve has been consolidated to include all city-owned facilities and is now referred to as the facility life cycle pool rather than a specific Manlock reserve. The storm reserve now has a funding source. The water and wastewater reserves have been removed as those functions are now managed through Peace Hills Utilities. Administration's recommendation is that City Council accepts the reserve policy review as information.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council accepts the CO-013 Reserve Policy Review as information.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a few questions that I forwarded previously. On page 3 of 6, I just wondered how much revenue is generated through the red light stop sign tickets.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott. Currently, how we collect that information is we receive all of our fine revenue through one line item, and so our staff actually can't determine without further analysis of exactly how much red light stop sign tickets revenue we've acquired, because we'd have to do a deeper dive into that. So we don't have that information at this time, unfortunately, unless council was to make a motion to do a deeper analysis, then we could absolutely pull that for you.
No, I didn't want to create more work. Then I go down to my one of my other questions. How much revenue is generated from photo enforcement then? Would that be fair?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, absolutely. We track this one under a different line item. So the total revenue generated from the photo enforcement program, including both mobile speed and the ISD speed on green and red light, was $70,158 in 2021. 231,336 in 2022, and we have currently collected 56,000, just over 56,000 in 2023.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have on page 4 of 6, how many plots are available in the old cemetery for sale?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, there are no plots for sale in the Wetaskiwin Cemetery, but there are some that aren't being used yet, but they're reserved.
Okay. So there won't be any revenue generated from sale of plots in the old cemetery?
Correct.
And the last one I have is on page 4 of 6. We're talking about facility life cycle assessment management. Should we not have a policy of life cycle replacement for all of our equipment and buildings? I know that would be very costly if we, but I mean, should we not be looking at something like that for the future?
Through the chair to Councillor Hilliard, we could have a look at that at a future date. That would be council directing administration to look into that. But a reserve policy could exist independent of that.
Okay, I know like we have one for replacement of fire equipment and the landfill, but I was just thinking like the Manlik Aquatic Center, someday it's going to need to be replaced, and all of our other buildings as well. And so it's just something I think we need to look into, although I know we don't have the tax dollars or the revenue to do such, but it's worth looking at. Thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for submitting your questions early. Anything further? There was talk about moving fire department vehicles into the overall equipment pool in the policy. Are they going to be merged?
To the chair, not at this time. Our fleet and facilities manager is putting together a report for council to consider on how we handle fleet specifically moving forward, so that'll come at a later date, but before budget.
Anything further? We're ready to accept this information. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. RCMP Q4 2022 report. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I forwarded a PowerPoint. Do you all have that? There we are. Okay, I'll start off with get right into our staffing situation. Currently, so this presentation is a couple weeks old. So currently we're fully staffed with the exception of our one sergeant position, and she's house hunting in the coming weeks here. So she'll be arriving from Cold Lake any day now. So staffing wise, we're in very good shape. Several of our special leaves, that's the mat leave, pat leave, sick leave, a lot of those members are coming back to the point now where we actually have an excess of members on paper. So it's a good problem to have in our current situation. So like I said, one hard vacancy. We no longer have hard vacancy. The PowerPoint presentation does say we have that, but with our returning members, we're in good shape there. Our crime analyst is in place. They're currently training, I believe at the Leduc detachment this week with their analyst, but they set up their desk last week and will be using an analyst in the coming weeks here, which is great news for our service delivery and whatnot. So currently the detachment has 11 municipal employees and 6 public service employees. We weren't impacted by the strike necessarily. Business continued, so we're in good shape there. Our one municipal employee for exhibit control, they're hired. I believe we're just waiting for some final security clearances, and then they'll be in place fairly shortly. We also hired, or in the process of hiring, a fleet manager, and that falls to the public service employee side. And again, that comes down to security clearances. So get into our crime stats. Overall, for the city of Wetaskiwin, we've seen a 3% decrease. Now this is for Q4 of last year, but a 3% decrease in the overall criminal code files in town, which is positive. It's not huge, but it's positive. Unfortunately, we have seen a 25% increase year over year in the property crime piece, and I can dive into that a little further as well. So these are some of the, just a snapshot of our crime trends. So overall, persons crimes have gone down by about 30 files year over year, quarter over quarter. And then total property crime, this is where we've seen the increase, about 123 more property crime calls during this reporting period. And I would mark this up to improving weather. Again, Q4 is coming out of the winter months, so we saw a bit more of that. A lot of the vagrancy and whatnot will fall into the property crime as well. Other criminal code, that's where we've seen a large decrease, over 120 calls to service reduction on the other criminal code, and that's everything from criminal code traffic to breaching court orders, that sort of thing. So overall, over our 5-year trend, when you look specifically at Q4, we've seen we're at our lowest point since about 3 years ago, and we're trending downward, which is a positive step. But we are statistically on par with previous years. Key drivers for the property crime increases were arsons, mischief under $5,000, and theft under $5,000. We did have a series of deliberate fires, as everybody knows, and those are still under investigation. But that does drive our crime severity index upwards, unfortunately. With our data to action analysis analytical program, we're taking a deeper dive into some of the driving factors around the property crimes. There were, I don't have the chart up here, but there were significant improvements in drug enforcement over the past quarter. The detachment managed 17 trafficking files and an additional 9 possession of controlled substances. And that's a marked improvement from the past, and by and large, this is heavy drugs like methamphetamines and fentanyl. Recently, as of last week, there has been a spike in fentanyl overdose-related calls and whatnot, and working with AHS, does look like there's some fairly potent drugs out there that our crime reduction unit is currently looking into. And just recently this weekend, we found there was a traffic stop that resulted in a fairly significant seizure of drugs and guns. So little steps, baby steps for sure. So the next is just a graph of kind of where our current crime trends or police activity is being dedicated. As you can see, the most time spent on property crime at 31%. Other than that, it's fairly spread out amongst traffic and common police activities. Common police activities are more proactive patrols, hotspot policing, that sort of thing. And traffic, that's a lot of driving complaints, so which we don't always get to, but we do our best. I included the, just for awareness, it's nice to know what's going on in the surrounding neighborhoods, but the Wetaskiwin County has seen a 44% decrease in crime overall, which is a huge success, but it's also a success for the city as well. What affects the county affects the city and vice versa. And this largely has to do with targeting prolific offenders that may reside in Wetaskiwin, but commit their crimes outside in the rural parts. So this is telling in that our crime reduction strategy of targeting prolific offenders is certainly working, and we hope to continue this trend over the coming months. So I won't go too far into the county stats, but they're there for awareness. But again, the key takeaway is we've targeted several prolific offenders. And the same can be said for the Camrose County as well, at a 10% decrease. Oddly enough, a person's crime increase, but with such a small population for that particular county, a few assaults here and there can really spike the statistics. So go down to, I don't know what page number it is, but there's a heat map on here, and this has to do with our calls to service. That's the one. This lays out pretty visually when and where our calls are taking place. Obviously, Friday is our busiest time of the week, and it comes around that midday, that 2 o'clock in the afternoon, people tying it up for the weekend. That's where the vast majority of our policing calls come in. So considering these, we're using these stats to to properly staff our shifts, to make sure there's adequate policing resources on when calls are being received. And so far, we are meeting next week with our detachment supervisors to make sure that this is adhered to. But it gives a fairly good illustration of when crime is taking place. So it's a matter of being smarter with using our police resources. Wednesdays, for some reason, they're kind of busy. So what I want to do, that's our Q4, sorry, that's not our Q4, yeah, beg your pardon. So our Q4 results, this is the end of the year annual performance plan results. So one of our priorities for this past year was police visibility. We ended with 1,122 dedicated rural patrols, 3,417 dedicated city patrols, special patrols, which include ATVs, boats, snowmobiles, that sort of thing. We did 6, and then 63 dedicated traffic initiatives. For each one of those targets, we blew them out of the water. We exceeded what we had planned, and we'll build on that in the coming annual performance plan. The next priority was property crime year-end results. As you can see, we are trending a bit upwards in that within the city, but overall in our detachment area, we are trending down. To target this, we had some measurables, including curfew checks, which ended at 180, and as was expressed in previous council meetings and town halls, this is the one target we didn't hit. We overshot the runway a little bit on that. The trouble with curfew checks is you can only do curfew checks on people who are on conditions, and we just didn't have a lot of people on conditions to check on, so we weren't able to do the amount of checks that we had hoped. Hotspot checks, 251, which is great. We are going to build on that. We did exceed our expectations on our targets for that one. Now, with the introduction of our crime analyst, we're going to be able to better zero in on where our crime hotspots are and when and where they are. Right now, the current analysis isn't great. It's kind of a birdshot when you look at where the crime's taking place in town at the moment. So we want to zero down to really make effective use of the hotspot policing strategy. Special operations, this is all the fun police stuff that our crime reduction unit and our GIS and our frontline members are doing. We did 13, I think our target was 10 on that one, so we did well on that. And the BWI program rolled out well, and we've had some recent success with that as well. I don't want to steal Trent's thunder, but we were able to recover some stolen property using that program as well. Community engagement. This past year, we aimed for 20 media events, which we hit. Youth engagements at 24, which was far exceeded what we had hoped with youth engagements. We've definitely broadened out what's considered youth engagement, and our school resource officers and community policing, they're definitely, they're doing a great job, and they're really, really engaged with the youth in the community, and we're going to build on that momentum moving forward. And community interactions, 34. That's self-explanatory. Can't remember what our target was in that, but again, we exceeded that. So this is where I'll take the opportunity just to briefly provide an update on where we are now. So our current annual performance plan, we're moving into the 23-24 annual performance plan year. We finalized the program after consultation with both administration, our county partners, community partners. So we've built a 4-priority plan this year. The first priority, just like previous, is community engagement. This is where we're going to see the town hall events, community functions, something like a community safety day, open house, stakeholder meetings. This is where we're going to see kind of the softer side of the RCMP and really bringing in community members. One project that we have on the go right now with our community policing is we've partnered with Canadian Tire to host a bike rodeo at the end of June. It's on June 17th, I believe it is. So we're going to work with the school division on that. They're on board as well to advertise, to try to bring some kids out to do some bike safety. It's high visibility, high impact for youth. We're bringing in local businesses as well to build kind of a team effort for community safety. So that's the kind of first exciting piece that we have in our annual performance plan for this one. The next priority is what I call community safety. Now this is After speaking with citizens at town halls and with speaking with council administration, there is a perception that residents are feeling unsafe and that certain areas of town are unsafe. So this priority focuses on reducing victimization. This is where I'd like to see something like the name is fluid, but you call it a homeless patrol, downtown safety patrol, however it is. But the plan is to get our members out on foot with our peace officers, bylaw officers, Alberta Health Services, mental health, and focus on those areas where vagrancy is an issue and try to either divert to virtual opioid dependency programs, move people along to the Hope Mission, that sort of thing. It's about making the businesses and the residents in those areas feel safer and reduce their instances of victimization. Community safety is also where we're going to put our traffic safety initiatives. In this, we are going to be partnering with other agencies like the Camrose Police Service, CN Police, Bylaw, you name it, Alberta Sheriffs, you name it, we'll be joining up to do high visibility traffic safety initiatives with them. And again, this will be targeted to where analysts shows that there is a need for focus on traffic safety. In community safety as well, this is where we'll be putting in our Summer Village Enhanced program. The Summer Villages out of Pigeon Lake do fund enhanced policing monies, and we'll be focusing our efforts out there as well. Importantly too, what I have up there is called the RAVE Fan-Out program. So just recently, the RCMP put it out publicly that anybody anywhere in Alberta can sign up for RAVE, Public Notification System. As it is, if a vehicle gets stolen right now, we have the ability to broadcast that stolen vehicle on RAVE. So if you're signed up, you'll get a notification on your phone, email, however you sign up, and you'll see a picture, get a license plate, however, a description of that vehicle and where it was stolen from. The idea is to bring citizens into the crime reduction piece and to really engage their input. More eyes, the better. So I've assigned one of our members to roll that out. We're going to do it, we're not going to go all or none. We'll do it systematically in kind of a phased approach, but we should start seeing some RAVE notifications. And I'll get information out through the media and social media on how to best sign up for that. So that'll be exciting as well. The next one is crime reduction. That kind of speaks for itself. This is where we aim to reduce crime in the city. Now this is where we are really going to leverage our analysts to find out where our hotspots are, who our prolific offenders are, and which crimes are trending upwards and which ones are trending downwards. If they're trending down, we can keep our thumb on it, but we need to focus elsewhere. This is where we're going to have warrant operations and special operations. This is where we'll focus on our most prolific offenders who are wanted on warrants. We can't let them go out and about. Special operations has to do with stuff like bait assets and catching guys in the act, surveillance, that sort of thing. So this is, frankly, this is kind of the fun policing, but it's the policing that the regular citizen might not see. This is where our our grant-funded crime reduction units really come into play. And the effects are shown kind of on the back end in the statistics. Lastly, employee wellness. Like I've said before, like a broken record, we have finite resources here at the Wetaskiwin Detachment, and it's important that we keep our members working. So by focusing on employee wellness, both with development, training, mental health awareness, physical health awareness, that sort of thing, a recognition program, it's about keeping morale high, members working, and citizens protected in that capacity. A part of this wellness program will be getting our employees, municipal and federal employees, out into the community to kind of have that different perspective. Often things can be rather negative in the detachment with doom and gloom phone calls every day and not the most positive interactions always. So the goal is to get our staff out and about into the community for some of these community events. Lastly, this is more of an internal bit, but we do have a piece of quality assurance to make sure our policing product is sound. And so we've picked 2 areas of risk to review this year. The first off is domestic violence. This, we do have a domestic violence coordinator at the detachment. It's not necessarily an area that we're failing, but what I want to see is a review to identify our best practices that we can share with our neighboring communities, neighboring detachments, districts, and with the rest of the division, and to find efficiencies in how we can best deliver policing to our domestic violence victims. The next is exhibit management. This is an area of extreme risk And this is why we have an exhibit custodian, a newly hired municipal employee for that. And it's just a prime opportunity to make sure our exhibit management practices are sound. So, in a nutshell, that's what I have. So any questions, comments, concerns? I'm open.
Go ahead.
I move the City Council receive the RCMP Q4 2022 report dated May 23rd, 2023 as information.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Councillor BYLAWS.
All right. Through the chair to Inspector Spans, I just want to say this is so good. Like, this is so good. You just covered everything in here, so it's amazing to see everything kind of like laid out this like comprehensive. I do have a few questions. One of them is for your calls for service heat map that you had. So when I added it all up, that was close to almost 10,000 calls for service so far this month. Is that pretty normal, or is that like obscene for this time of year?
Well, those stats are going back to Q4, so we're going out of the winter months. That's pretty typical.
Yeah.
We're on par with where we typically are.
Okay.
I haven't shared it yet, but I did a further analysis on our calls to service, considering the grant-funded positions that we have, the importance of those. With those grant-funded positions, our calls to service are remaining the same, but our workload is slowly decreasing.
Okay.
So over the past 5 years, the calls to service are pretty well on par. Statistically, nothing's changed. What has changed is the responsibility on our members. So when we spread those calls amongst more members, it's better quality policing and better investigations. When those, hypothetically, if we were to lose our grant-funded positions, the proactive time and our time to work on files dramatically increases. Right now, as it stands, we have a 34%, even with this current calls to service, we have about a 32% proactive police time. This is time where our officers are not tied to a call, not tied to an investigation. They can go out, do patrols, that kind of thing. Losing the grant-funded positions with the current calls to service that we have, we go down to about 12%, which is not good. So,
Yeah.
all that to say, the calls to service have stayed the same. Where we've made efficiencies is with our staffing.
That's excellent. The last two things that I was going to say aren't actually questions, they're statements. One is that I'm happy to see that for quality assurance, domestic violence is on here. That's awesome. I'm happy to see that that's going to be a big priority. And the last thing that I was going to say is a couple weeks ago, I had to call the RCMP in by Lake Park because there was a domestic violence victim that was in the park and needed help. And I just wanted to say that I was really impressed with the amount of police that came and the amount of female officers that were present for that, because I know that made a massive difference in the victim's perception of safety. So that was really helpful, just so that then she could feel her safest by not being surrounded by a whole bunch of men after that happened. So I just wanted to say that you guys did an excellent job on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll share that with the team.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to the inspector, I also just have a comment, and it's a way to go comment. On a few days ago, it doesn't matter when, I had a very long conversation with a woman about how she feels unsafe, multi-generational, and lives on Main Street. And I was trying to explain some of the things that were happening, and she's not interested in hearing from us or from you. But when I looked at your community safety slide, when I was going through this, the patrols and the joint force operations were the exact things she was complaining to me about. So the point of that really is just keep on the good work. Thank you very much for seeing that, and hopefully everybody else will start to hear and listen as well. Thank you.
Most certainly. I'll build on that very quick. I forgot to mention, so there is the steering committee, the Community Safety Steering Committee, and they have a survey. I don't think it's been put on the paper, and I totally forgot to bring the cards with me. We talked in our morning briefing, I was going to bring them, but we have cards created with a QR code on them that complainants, citizens, whoever, can scan it and do the community well-being survey. It's been extended into July, and what I'll probably do is I'll work with admin about getting a poster down at the front counter. It's whoever lives here, works here, everybody. We need the more information, the better on community safety and well-being. So it's touching on stuff like that. Thanks.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the inspector. When you're talking about your joint force operations, I just wondered, how much do you interact with Musqueam with their gang unit and with their force in general?
Our crime reduction unit here, our plainclothes side, work there almost weekly with the Musqueam team. Their cohorts down there. It's all the same targets. It's the same bad guys, so to speak. So yeah, they're in fairly regular contact. Definitely we could improve when we look at the analytical side of things, like being smarter about who we're targeting, but weekly, I would say we're down there. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? I spoke with Minister Ellis a few weeks ago, and he committed to a meeting following the election.
Perfect.
So
we're down into that dead time right now,
yeah.
Unfortunately. So
yeah, no, and I
Great.
shared that with them as well. There's nothing further. Looking for your approval of the accepting as information. Ready for the question, those in favor? I don't know if I could have made that any more awkward. It's Tuesday after a long weekend. Cut me some slack. Thanks very much.
all right, take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Item 10, 2023 Airport Tax Rebate.
The 2023 Airport Tax Rebate. A presentation was made to Council by representatives from the Wetaskiwin Regional Airport on September 26, 2022, requesting the Council review the tax rates that apply to properties located at the airport. Council then directed administration to levy taxes at a rate equivalent to the residential tax rate for properties with security suites, a tax rate that's mid-range between the residential and non-residential tax rate for all properties at the airport that were not used for commercial purposes. There are currently 45 properties with no active business licenses at the airport. The rebate that administration has calculated is based on the municipal tax levy only, so we cannot consider the school rate, the seniors rate, just the municipal portion. Also, the information used is based on the assessment records as an inspection has not been conducted. Council budgeted a reduction in revenues of $70,000 to address this issue during the 2023 budget deliberations. Administration's recommendation is that Council approves the rebate to these properties at the airport. It's worth noting that the rebates will be credited to the tax roll for the affected properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley. Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is to administration. How do we verify suites? Would that be that they took out a building permit? Have we been in there to know if they're conducting business? Maybe they do have a business license, maybe they don't. This is very, I know it's kind of a stopgap, but I'm wondering if verification needs to be done as well to make sure the rebates are legitimate.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the information used in calculating the rebates is based off of assessment information. So these properties that are getting the rebates, for example, for the security suites, are already getting an assessment that has a residential and non-residential portion. And then with carrying on a commercial business or not, we would have to carry out an inspection at a later date, and Sue has already directed this, and this will be conducted in due course.
Fantastic, thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item B, Council Social Media Policy. Good morning and welcome.
So administration brought the draft social media policy for council feedback on January 16th, 2023. Administration is now bringing policy CO-018 to council for their approval with the following edits. So we've got the following additions. There's more references to the Council Code of Conduct bylaw throughout the policy now. There's clarification as to what constitutes guaranteed sources of information, incorporation of received legal advice, and then clarification on standards regarding sharing misleading, dishonest, or defamatory information, including but not limited to attempts to disguise one's identity or status as an elected representative. Those additions can be found in sections 1, 4, 5, 6, and 8. And then we also removed the following. So we replaced some confusing language with more plain language. And then we also removed a standard that allowed councillors who are not designated spokespeople to share their opinions about city-related topics via social media, as it is in direct contravention of sections 5.2 and 5.3 of the Council Code of Conduct bylaw, which states the following. So 5.2, unless council directs otherwise, the mayor is council's official spokesperson, and in the absence of the mayor, it is the deputy mayor. All inquiries from the media regarding official council position on an issue shall be referred to council's official spokesperson. And then 5.3, a member who is authorized to act as council's official spokesperson must ensure that their comments accurately reflect the official position and will of council as a whole, even if the member personally disagrees with council's position, and that is in sections 1, 3, and 5. Yeah. Are there any questions?
Councillor Aberley.
Wrong way. Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council approves CO-018, Council Social Media Policy as presented.
Moved by Councillor Aberley.
But I do have just a clarification question, please. Good morning. On page 66, 8.1, and I'm just going to read the highlighted part where it says, councillors should not allow their social media pages or profiles to be used in such a way that allows people to post or share personal rants or complaints. And then following that up with 8.5, councillors are encouraged to keep opposing comments on their personal and or professional social media, hard to say, social media channels, but shall remove posts that contain negative behaviors and or personal attacks. So the way I read 8.1 was that we're not to allow the comments.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley. So 8.1 is mostly, sorry, I'm just thinking about how I'm going to say this. So when it comes to opposing comments, there's a way to have that discourse respectfully, and then there's the kind of content that we see on rant and rave pages, where things get increasingly disrespectful or defamatory or borderline on harassment. So it's one thing to keep comments that are respectfully opposing, and then there's another, it's another thing to allow the comment section to become a place where harassment or disrespect is being perpetuated and allowed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to make an amendment, if I may, to got to find it, number 2, which is policy objectives. It says this policy is intended to establish practical recommendations, and recommendations typically in my mind are optional. When we make a recommendation, it is a suggestion. It's an attempt to persuade someone to behave in a certain way. And the fact that we've got an expectation for compliance, it's therefore not a recommendation. So I would say to amend it to establish directives for councillors as they conduct constructive social media engagement. Sure. The policy is intended to establish directives for councillors as they conduct constructive social media engagement in both official and unofficial capacity. So it's just the first portion of that sentence.
To the amendment. I support it, but there is absolutely no ramifications for members of council to follow any code of conduct or social media policy anyways. So again, it's working on your own ability to manage the page and your understanding of what that policy means. To the amendment, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Anything further to the council social media policy? Number, you were just talking about it. 8.1, where it says allows people to post or share personal rants or complaints. I'd like to take complaints off of there because I think a complaint is valid as long as it's done respectfully. So that would be my amendment. Anything further to the amendment? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking for approval to council social media policy as amended. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 10C, by the Lake Park Capital Project Charter Update.
Good morning, Council. As part of the 2023 budget deliberations, Council had approved a budget of just over $1.2 million for about 13 different projects, and had requested administration to come back with a project list of what could be accomplished in this calendar year. So out of those 13 projects, administration is recommending that we complete the following projects: replacing all picnic tables with the proper foundation, a gazebo reconstruction, the pond dredging and rehab, some playground equipment replacement, fence repairs, the pedestrian bridge, interpretive trail signage, 3 benches to be placed strategically around the park, and a study on the effects of solar lights on wildlife, specifically for migratory birds. The remaining projects on that list, so there's 4 projects that we would look to put on the 2024 project list. So if you have any questions, I can answer those.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council accepts the changes in the schedule for the By the Lake Park capital projects.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy. Do we know how, let me back up, the gazebo reconstruction, is it a repair, is it a reconstruct? What are we looking at there, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, originally we were going to tear the entire gazebo down and rebuild it, but we've since, with our new facilities manager, he's reviewed that, and it appears as though we can refurbish a lot of the pieces, put new roofing on, and those kinds of things for about the same or slightly less, I guess, price from that original estimate.
And do we know how well the gazebo is actually used?
That I do not know.
I guess I've got concerns about the gazebo itself, and while I am not a daily user of the park, when I am out there, I have rarely seen anybody at the gazebo itself. And I wonder if we wouldn't be wiser to take that $12,000 and add some additional benches and get rid of the gazebo completely. But I can't comment because I don't.
Does that cover you?
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Kathy. Will the dredging have an effect on the fish population?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So at this point, our consultant will be applying for what's called a request for review to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And so this basically deals with fish habitat evaluation, mitigations to minimize those harm and effects and potential effects from this project. The review takes about 3 to 4 months, which will kind of happen concurrently with some of the other work we're doing out there. So we won't know specific details on that until we've completed that sediment survey, and we're also completing a fish survey and habitat survey that's expected to be completed mid-June.
Okay, thank you. And one further question, will the park have to be shut down at any time when we go through all of these different changes?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, so there will be moments where, depending on where we're going to be doing the work, that section of the park will be closed, but the remaining parts will be open, so they'll be barricaded off for the construction part.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I think I was just a little bit confused with how the list was laid out, because we got like 1 to 13 under one section, and then we have like all the random numbers underneath that for completing the following projects in 2023. Are we saying that the first 13 that's on that list are the ones that would be within budget, and then the other ones that are being proposed to also complete in 2023 are outside of budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatt. So the first list of 13 was what Council had wanted to see during the original budget approval. The second list are the projects that we are going to complete this year. There's only 4 that are not in that list, and those are the ones we're proposing in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, but the budgeted dollars for 2023 will just be carried forward to these projects for 2024?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that's what we would propose for the 2024 budget, yes.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Blatz.
One more question. Through the chair to administration, just curious, once we approve this, when do you predict that the project would get started?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, we have already started preliminary work on a lot of these, like the pond rehab. We already have a proposal in and a schedule. Some of the other ones have already been inspected and priced out, and looking forward to getting that completed in this construction season.
Awesome, thank you.
The benches will be installed before lunch. You just have to approve it. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We had an item added as 10D, the 55th Avenue project.
So as council is aware, we've had this 55th Avenue Neighbourhood Renewal project as an ongoing project for the last number of years. It was originally started and approved as an emergency water main replacement back in 2020. We've been unable to complete it due to many issues over the past few years. We've tendered it again this past March and only received one bid. That bid was over the approved budget by approximately $1 million, including the engineering and contingency. The funding breakdown is shown in the financial implications section and includes about $350,000 in new funding and reallocation of $650,000 from projects that came in under budget. This project has been widely publicized regarding the challenges in the contracting world. It's very small that the risk of having this project overbid was high. Our administration did try to engage the contractor that was brought in last year to wrap this up, to tender for this year. However, they were not interested in bidding for this year. Administration does not believe that delaying this work will help reduce the costs in any way. It will actually, I guess, probably increase in the publicity of it. We're really disappointed that this bid came in so high, but in order to get this completed and wrapped up, we're recommending, excuse me, that the $350,000 be utilized from unallocated municipal sustainability initiative grant money. And we'd like to reallocate $150,000 from the approved sidewalk construction budget, as this did come in under budget, and about $500,000 from the asphalt overlay project that also came in under budget. If you have any questions, I can help answer them.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that City Council approves $350,000 for the 55th Avenue Neighborhood Renewal Project from the unallocated MSI grant funding.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Yeah.
Through the Chair of Administration, I guess I'm a little curious that we put a tender out and it was $1 million over. Now we're putting a tender out, or we're setting money aside. So the expectation is that we can get this work done for the amount of money being set aside then?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So the part that was over, we're looking to reallocate those funds. So in the $650,000, and then we would request an additional $350,000 from the unallocated MSI that we can apply for.
I'm sorry, I don't. The bid we got was approximately $1 million. Over the approved budget. And are we now asking for this amount of money to top up the budget to get that $1 million more to pay for the project?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes. So the budget, the approved budget was $1 million less than what the bid came in. So we only need $350,000 if you also approve the reallocation of the underused funds. So the asphalt overlay program went out. It came in $500,000 low. So we could reuse that money for this project, as same with the sidewalk project. So it totals $1 million that we're shifting, but only $350,000 is a new request.
Thank you. And there's no shortfall on the asphalt or the sidewalk repairs? We're getting everything we were originally planning to get?
Correct, and those tenders, we have a caveat in there that if they come in under or over, we would adjust according to budget. So if we didn't need that money, we would have just increased the kilometers of overlay and the meters of sidewalk. But because there was a need here, we thought that council would prefer to reallocate those funds rather than fund $1 million from another location.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the Chair to Administration, I have a question more so of the tendering process, and we talk about being over budget. Who sets that budget? Like, in other words, was the original estimate, is that budget put into the tender, I guess? And I'm just trying to understand the procedure of how this goes, that we only got one. Do they have an idea of what we're looking for? Does that make sense?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, they do. So anybody that watches budget deliberations would know how much our budget is, and they're publicized and printed. So we don't necessarily put the budget in the tender, but all of those major companies have people who know what each budget is. This particular one, we do believe that the construction industry is very small, and we do believe that there were enough people on this project and enough discussions with other companies that word just spread that it's a difficult project and that they should work in a lot of unknowns.
So then is it administration, or do we hire an outside company firm to come up with that original estimate of amount that was budgeted?
We use a combination of different tools, so we know what all of our tenders have gone for in the last several years. We track all of that data, and typically on the big projects like this, we'll have a consultant. We get them to validate our cost estimate. So we did go back and talk to the team. The cost estimate was valid based on construction costs and estimations. This is strictly, we believe, and so does our consultant, that this is because enough contractors talk to each other about the challenges they've had out there, that the contractor worked in enough money to protect them.
Thank you.
There's also supposed to be a resolution coming to Alberta Munis Convention this fall about how municipalities put together a budget to not have those dollar figures in there. There was a town that had budgeted $15 million for a project, and coincidentally, the tender came in at $15 million. The construction companies know what the municipalities are supposed to be, or what they're budgeting for it, and are tendering it that way. So hopefully with this resolution, we're able to put together our budgets and the project for the year without disclosing the amount until afterwards, so that these companies aren't tendering to that price. Anything further? Councillor Elliott.
Just through to administration, is there any contingency in this, or is that all covered as well? Because they keep coming back at us with different contingencies all the time.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, so all of administration's cost estimates do include a contingency. It's not always utilized. It really depends, and in this instance, we've already communicated that with the proponent, that they understood that there was some challenges on the project in the past. They're not just going to bill the city for work that didn't happen. So that contingency is still built in to their price as well as our estimates.
Thank you very much.
I'll just be happy to see this project done. Almost as happy as the residents on 55th Avenue. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 11A, Council Committee Reports for Attendance.
Don't we have two more motions?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council approves the reallocation of $150,000 from the sidewalk project to the 55th Avenue Neighbourhood Renewal project.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd move that City Council approves the reallocation of $500,000 from the asphalt overlay project to the 55th Avenue Neighbourhood Renewal project. Sorry, Sue.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion on the asphalt overlay project? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now we will move to 11A, Council Committee Reports for Attendance. Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts the Council Committee Reports and Attendance as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. And seeing as how you were the only one that submitted on time, is there anything you'd like to highlight?
Yeah, I was able to attend the Economic Development Conference in mid-April. Found the networking very good, and I was really impressed with the staff that attended. They did a good job, got some shutouts, and the professionalism was outstanding.
Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 12A, FCSS Governing Board Bylaw 2034-23.
Good morning, Council. I have before you here a copy of a new FCSS Governing Board Bylaw, and I have it here today for first reading. The purpose of the report and request is for Council to approve first reading of a new bylaw that better reflects the existing working relationship between the City of Wetaskiwin and Wetaskiwin Family, Community and Support Services. So the history on this file goes back a couple of years. I'm just pulling the ledger history. On May 11th, Council approved the existing FCSS bylaw 1963-20 that essentially allowed family community support services to operate under a governing board independent from the City of Wetaskiwin. And on September 27th, Council approved a memorandum of understanding that continued to flush out specifics and particulars of the working relationship between City Administration and Wetaskiwin FCSS in regards to things like human resources, budget, and some in-kind services. As the working relationship has continued to evolve, the Wetaskiwin FCSS board has requested a greater degree of independence from the City of Wetaskiwin in regards to how their grant dollars, or the city's grant dollars, FCSS grant dollars, are administered, and the level of administrative support required from the City of Wetaskiwin to operate their nonprofit. Administration has researched agreements from municipalities that have a similar working relationship, that is an FCSS governing board in their community. And we have also sought a legal opinion to ensure that the appropriate agreements are in place to sustainably allow for and support the working relationship between Wetaskiwin FCSS and the City of Wetaskiwin. It should be noted that in the existing bylaw, as it was written back in 2020, and in the existing MOU, that there are a number of conflicts. So administration has attempted to rectify those conflicts with the creation of a new FCSS bylaw, and that has been attached to this report for approval. I do want to go through the bylaw at a high level. So the bylaw, to your report there, the pieces just to note are that it speaks a lot to the board composition. So similar to the library board, this bylaw would allow council to have more overview and direction on how many people sit on the board, how many members of council sit on the board. And so there's a whole section around board composition. There's a whole section around powers and duties, specifically the City of Wetaskiwin and how we administer that grant and how those funds are transferred. And then there's a whole section around powers and duties with the Wetaskiwin FCSS board, the role of their executive director and how they report back to the City of Wetaskiwin. Other changes to the bylaw are that it allows council the ability to appoint members of the FCSS governing board. Currently, under the existing bylaw, council does not have that power. To increase the number of both council members, we're proposing 2, and citizens at large, proposing 10. Again, similar in alignment with the Wetaskiwin Public Library Board. We've added some language here around the addition of language pertaining to the powers and duties of the City of Wetaskiwin related to both grant administration as well as the audit. Addition of language pertaining to the powers and duties of Wetaskiwin FCSS related to the executive director, delivery of programs, legal agreements, decision-making authority, and financial reporting to council. We've removed references to portions of the bylaw that are under the authority of the FCSS governing board. So in the previous bylaw, they had a number of board policies and procedures that we've removed. That would be the power of the FCSS governing board to put those in place. And Wetaskiwin FCSS has requested that they no longer require any in-kind support. So we've removed any in-kind support related to HR, communications, information technology, and finance. So this bylaw was initially presented to the Wetaskiwin FCSS board on May 2nd. We received some really good feedback during that meeting, and we've received some excellent feedback via email and continue to receive some feedback from that board. And so this bylaw in front of you today is here for first reading. It should be noted that the Wetaskiwin FCSS board has also voted in favor of terminating the existing MOU agreement. And so when we bring this back for second and third readings, we'll also bring a motion to terminate the agreement. And at that point in time, if council approves it, this bylaw specifically would be what governs Wetaskiwin FCSS moving forward into the long term. So just implications of the bylaw financially, as I noted before, we would no longer be providing any in-kind support services to Wetaskiwin FCSS. This has evolved organically, where we were providing a lot of support, and then as we've moved forward, the support was not required, and so this will save us a bit of time internally. From a legal risk perspective, this bylaw better reflects the initial intent of separating FCSS from the city, but also creating a governing board with oversight for members of city council and administration. We did receive a legal opinion to confirm that the proposed bylaw aligns with council's initial intent. We have spoken with the government of Alberta, and they noted that they support a governing board for an FCSS. And it should be noted that this existing bylaw allows it so that both the transparency and accountability of how the grant dollars are transferred from us to the nonprofit is above board, and we're not trying to hide anything. Essentially, we're being transparent here. And so with that, City Administration is looking for first reading of this bylaw, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council gives first reading to Bylaw 2034-23 FCSS Governing Board Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Just a different number in the policy, or the bylaw, sorry. 2031, not 2034. For the motion. Oh, that's B, I'm sorry. I apologize. Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Paul. With council appointing the members, is this something that's seen in similar FCSS governing boards in the province?
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley, there are not many of these agreements actually in place. So there are about 7 or 8 governing boards in the province. The majority of those operate as regional ones, and so not all of those agreements are public. The one that we're modeling ourselves after is similar to Camrose County, and in that agreement, under the specific, not the bylaw, but the actual agreement itself, the different municipalities do identify councillors to sit on that board specifically.
Thank you. It's my understanding when I read this, though, that we being council would be appointing all the board members like we do with the library.
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley, that is the intent. So currently under the bylaw, Wetaskiwin FCSS has been appointing their own board members, and we didn't have any power to do any of that. But to be really transparent and accountable with how our funds are shifting from the city to the entity, it's important that we have control of that. And so with this bylaw, similar to the Wetaskiwin Public Library, we would receive people that wanted to sit on the board, and we would go through a similar process as you do with the library board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration, I'm just wondering why we appoint 2 members as we do with the library board. Why do we have to have 2 members of council when I feel 1 would suffice?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, that is an item that's subject to additional debate. Administration chose to put in the 2 members on this board, as the library board currently has 2 members of council, and so we're just trying to be in alignment there.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Could I just ask the 2 existing members of the FCSS board and or the library board if they feel that 2 members are necessary? Thank you.
FCSS only has 1 right now.
We have a member at large that sits on it.
Pardon me?
We have a member at large that sits on it that just happens to be on council.
Okay, well, through to Councillor Billingsley and Councillor Blatz, do you feel that 2 people are required on the library board? And I'm just trying to get an analogous comparison.
I do. And the reason for it is that because of the dollars that are coming from the city, we have a larger voice at the table, as per se, because of the fact that we fund 100%, well, I shouldn't say 100%, a large portion of the library's funding and a good chunk of FCSS funding. So I truly believe that it's important that we have a larger voice at the table.
Okay, thank you very much.
But it's not a good chunk of FCSS's budget.
It's a portion, I said. yeah.
Portion, yep. Councillor Blatz.
Through to Councillor Elliott, I echo Councillor Billingsley's comments. I think that's important. Also because a lot of the time the board members rely on us for answers about different things, and a lot of the times there's questions I can't answer, but Councillor Billingsley can answer, and so I find it really helpful because it gives them more knowledge, and then we can also give them more. It's kind of like we're consultants, I guess, kind of like we're able to like answer some more of the questions that they have surrounding their organization, and even how like meetings are set up and all of that. I think it's really helpful to have that knowledge on the board.
And conversely, there's probably information that Councillor Billingsley could answer that Councillor Blatz might not be able to. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now we're moving to 2031-23.
Good morning again, Council. The 2023 Tax Rate Bylaw 2031-23. As Council is already aware, it is required to pass a tax rate bylaw per the Municipal Government Act on an annual basis. The 2023 budget provides for an amount of $17.7 million to be raised through municipal taxation. Administration has provided a bunch of numbers for Council's review and has proposed a tax rate that stays within the 2-to-1 ratio as set by the Municipal Government Act for residential to non-residential assessment. The tax rates proposed for residential is $10.295 per $1,000 of assessment and $20.595 per $1,000 of non-residential assessment. I will now go through one of the charts that was provided for Council because the residential tax rates proposed shows a change of 3.25% change compared to the tax rates last year, and the non-residential tax rate change of 3.27%. I do need to clarify that this rate takes into account the growth and inflation that's affected our assessments since 2022. With the non-residential assessment, you will note that there was a negative growth, but a larger change in inflation. There was a fire to one of the large industrial properties. However, most of the new developments were still progressive at year-end. So the net impact of that was negative growth with our non-residential assessment. With the residential assessment, the biggest change is in inflation. Our inflational change was in excess of $33 million to properties within the city limits. A comparison of properties, I have too many pieces here, I do apologize. A comparison of the average assessment in 2022 compared to 2023 shows a net change which is inclusive of municipal taxes, the school board rates, and seniors rates of $125.51. So essentially, a property that had an assessed value of $220,290 in 2022 would have an assessed value of $229,775 in 2023. The net change in the pocket of the resident tax-wise based on the proposed tax rates is $125.51.
Good. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council gives first reading to the 2023 Tax Rate Bylaw 2031-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I noticed that on here that M&E machinery and equipment was calculated. Who does that? Is that part of the assessment and it's automatically done, or is this an estimate? Not, and I also understand we are not collecting it as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, machinery and equipment is still assessed. However, it is non-taxable within city limits.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Go ahead.
Through the chair to council, we did also have a discussion, I believe I updated in one of my previous updates, that some of our anticipated revenue, for example, ATCO Gas, has come in lower than originally anticipated, and Toulouse does have the calculations if council wanted to consider a different tax rate. So during budget, it was estimated to be over 5% increase, but given the increase in assessment, inflation, etc., the 3.25 matches the dollar value that you approved, the 17 million. So in order to cover some of the extra costs that we have incurred this year or lost revenue, council could consider a different tax rate. And I believe, Toulouse, correct me if I'm wrong, it's about $88,000 per 0.5% that you wanted to reconsider. And we do know for a fact so far this year, ATCO has told us they're anticipating $100,000 lower than what they had originally told us that was budgeted for.
So we had, after we'd gone through budget, proposed a 5.7% increase. We run into issues like RCMP renegotiated contract for $766,000 or something like that. We're building a wastewater treatment facility at $54 million where we only received $13 million from the province. Deficiencies or deficits in what we were expecting for revenues from ATCO, and it's not like our reserves are sustainable moving forward. So I would like to see, or I would propose, our tax rate stays at 5.7, and then work through, especially the ATCO decrease in revenue, be looked after through that, as well as continuing to increase our reserves. Did you say half a percent is 88,000?
Yes, it is. The tax rates increasing the tax rate by 5.7% would change the rates to 10.5393 for residential properties per $1,000 of assessment, and 21.0798 for non-residential properties, raising an additional $419,640. We would also have to amend the airport rebate rates.
Have to amend what, sorry?
The airport rebate rates, once this is accepted.
Do you want first reading approved before we make any amendments, or is amendments okay in first reading? Okay. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council give second reading to the 2023 Tax Rebate Bylaw 2031-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? I would amend that we change the proposed 3.25 to the approved 5.7 tax rate increase. Sorry, you said it would be $419,000 out of that, just under 2.5%. Is that the difference?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so just under 400 and, so if we kept it at what was approved through budget at 5.7, at 176,000 per percent, we're looking at an additional just over $400,000.
That's correct.
Okay. Discussions to the amendment. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. At this point, I will not support that amount. I understand where you're coming from. I guess my question to administration, what will be the anticipated shortfall from ATCO, the amount?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it would be $93,656.
So about $100,000. And your proposal, Mr. Mayor, was about $420,000?
Yep.
So, and I understand where you're coming from, but my concern with that is that we haven't identified exactly where that $320,000 would go. We're just collecting tax and not having a plan.
Like I said, the wastewater treatment facility at $54 million, I'm talking about things that haven't been budgeted before or set aside in reserves. $766,000 going to the RCMP for the contract negotiations and back pay, and then other reserves that aren't adequately funded right now. So,
but the wastewater treatment plant is a separate entity, separate from the city, and those reserves don't go towards that.
No,
and we can't service that. That is a totally separate thing. So those dollars have nothing to do with the water treatment plant.
I'm using that as an example of reserves not being adequately funded to look after issues that we have. I'm not saying that that money's going to the wastewater treatment facility. I'm saying that we have underfunded reserves, and we run into the problem of $41 million over 30 years to fund a wastewater treatment facility, whereas if 20, 30, or 40 years ago, council had started putting money away in reserves to look after things like that, we wouldn't be debenturing projects and paying large interest rates or large interest on top of the project as well.
And I totally agree with that there hasn't been, but we don't seem to have a plan as far as, okay, this 300,000, where it's going to go, what we haven't identified. So at that point, like I say, I can't support.
So my plan initially then, if you're looking for an immediate plan without looking at all of the reserves, would be to reserve our RCMP, or to fund our RCMP reserve so that we don't have $766,000 coming out in 2025 for the RCMP back pay.
But that back pay would be a one-time expenditure, whereas this would be ongoing.
Mm-hmm. We also don't know that we have the grant for the 10 additional RCMP members, or 4 from the city at $162,000 per member. Like I said, sure, I don't have exactly where that money is going to go into a reserve, but we are chronically underfunded in our reserves, and if we don't start dealing with that now, we're going to run into the same problem in 2 years or 20 years or 50 years of reserves not being adequately funded, so that we're not borrowing to do projects or increasing taxes later on to look after the needs for that day. And while there hasn't been a whole lot of pre-planning by previous councils to look after those things, I would like to be a part of the council that does do some of that pre-planning, so that future councils and future residents and business owners don't face tax increases to look after one-offs that happen to happen regardless of when it's happening. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what would the tax rate be then with this proposed increase?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, for non-residential properties, it would be 10.5393. And for residential would be 10.5393 per $1,000 of assessment, and 21.0798 for non-residential properties. That's increasing tax rate by 5.7% of last year's rate.
Sorry, what was non-res?
21.0798.
Just further to that, other than the $94,000 from ATCO that we will be underfunded, we knew about all of the other costs when we were working on the budget. Did we not?
We didn't have we knew ballpark of what the RCMP was going to be, yes.
Yes. So we knew all those costs, and we took everything into consideration and came up with a tax rate minus the $94,000. And now we're almost going back into our budget to redo our budget, to put money in reserves, which we should have probably done when we were doing the budget previously.
I wouldn't say we're going back into our budget. You'll also remember that we took, I think, 2.25% out of our, contingency? Or stabilization. We took 2.25% out of our stabilization because we were looking at a 7.95% tax increase.
Right.
So if we're looking at places to make sure that we're funded properly, it could be that as well. Again, I don't have where that money should be going into a reserve. I just know that we've been underfunded my entire time on council, which is coming up on 10 years, and not having adequately funded reserves. We had approved a 5.7% tax increase. I didn't hear any push, and it's funny or not funny. The only time I've heard pushback from the residents, or a large amount of pushback from residents on what a tax rate was going to be, was the year we decreased taxes almost 2.5%.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, currently we're at 5.7% tax increase.
Currently, we're at 3.25%. Is what's being proposed right now.
So then it will be what if we approve your amendment?
5.7, which was approved at budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So my amendment is to keep it at 5.7. Anything further to the amendment? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried at 5.7. We are on second reading of the tax rate bylaw. Any more discussion? Sue?
Through the chair to council, could we get clarification then? I'm assuming 100,000 to cover the ATCO loss, and then the rest would go into the RCMP stabilization reserve. If we could get a motion to support that, it would be great. Or wherever you want it. Stabilization, contingency. And this can all be revisited at budget as well.
Yeah, my concern of putting it into the RCMP would be because this is an ongoing tax, that it probably should go into contingency or some other reserve and then pull out from there, because otherwise every year it would continue to grow in the RCMP.
Yep. So we'll get this motion done. Do you want it done after third reading, direction on where that, or after, yeah, okay. Anything further to second reading? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council give unanimous consent to third reading of the 2023 tax rate bylaw 2031-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to the 2023 tax rate bylaw 2031-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would move that that with the funding approved, should I put an exact number in there, Sue, like $94,000, or just put that the amount of money will cover the ATCO shortfall?
Could administration propose a budget amendment? I will have Juanita type up the motion.
Sure. We'll take a 12-minute break.
Oh, he was. I didn't think
Thank
he
you
was.
very much. Councillor Elliott, I think your motion was to direct it to be, whether it was directed as a number or to cover the shortfall of ATCO.
To cover the ATCO shortfall, and the rest go to the contingency reserve.
Do you need that as two separate motions?
Through the chair to council, our CFO has drafted a motion that covers the required increase of the actual budget to $18,155,230, to decrease the franchise fee by $94,000, which is the ATCO loss, and then fund the airport property tax rebate in the amount of an additional $35,000. I did mention earlier that it was not $70,000 approved during budget, it was $51,500. So with the change up to 5.7, it's an additional $35,000 required to fund that rebate. So it would be a total of $86,500. And then the remainder of the increase totaling $290,640 would go to contingency reserve.
Just to clarify before making the motion, the ATCO amount is fixed at $94,000, or is that the highest it will be? Okay, and that won't increase? Okay, so I will make the motion. I move that council amend the 2023 operating budget as follows. An increase to the amount funded from taxation to $18,155,230, decrease the franchise revenue by $94,000, fund the airport property tax rebate in the amount of $35,000, and transfer to contingency reserves the remainder of the amount totaling $290,640.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Through the chair to administration, I'm just wondering, looking at this, the franchise revenue just goes into general revenue. It doesn't go into a separate account of any form. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I cannot confirm that 100%. However, it is not included in the revenue to be generated from municipal taxation.
Right. So, and because of, we don't know exactly what the $94,000 is going to be, it's plus or minus, right, of a number, depending on what they end up collecting. But we're putting a specific number of how much goes into contingency when we don't know the specific number of the 94,000 plus or minus. And I'm wondering if it's just a, and I don't know if it really is going to matter, but what happens if that number ends up being $295,000? What happens to the other $5,000? We're being very specific on the number that goes somewhere, but we really don't know what those numbers specifically are. Does that make sense?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, even when we do the budgeting, it's a best guess estimate from ATCO. So we could put the whole amount minus the airport into contingency, and then we would need another motion, I guess, from council at year end. If we were underfunded through that, we would need to transfer to cover the funding.
If this, I don't want to muddy the waters. If that's clear enough direction and the money ends up going where it needs to go, I'm okay with that. I just was wondering what happens if that, the actual dollars is not 290,000 would be my concern.
We would report back at year end, wherever we were underfunded or over and where the money went, and get permission from council to transfer.
Then it's, I will be in support.
Okay. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 12C, Memorial Cemetery Bylaw 2032-23 and Wetaskiwin Cemetery Bylaw Wetaskiwin Cemetery Bylaw 2033-23. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Council. So the purpose of this is to review the bylaws for both the Memorial Cemetery and the Wetaskiwin Cemetery. Introduce some minor changes to some of the wording. I can go through each one. Throughout both documents, we've changed the word cremains to cremated remains. This is at the request of one of the local funeral homes. In section 4.4 of both documents, I had a mistake actually in the attached files. So I had struck out statutory holidays, but this is supposed to say overtime charges will apply for any hours outside of the city working hours, 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday, weekends, and statutory holidays. In section 5.4, I've added some wording in here. So oftentimes we get requests to buy back plots that people have purchased, and in the Cemeteries Act, that is something that we must provide at a cost of 85% of the current market value. However, some of our record keeping is not so great or missing due to a fire. So I've included some wording to say original deed or bill of sale must be included with this request. We often get people trying to sell back plots that they don't actually own or we have no record of them owning. So this is just going to help our administrative staff to basically say no in those situations. That's it for wording changes. The other changes in the Memorial Cemetery bylaw, and that's the fees in Schedule B. So this is just to update them and keep them consistent with the fees and schedule bylaw.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the City Council gives first reading to the Memorial Cemetery Bylaw 2032-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move the City Council give second reading to Memorial Cemetery Bylaw 2032-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
So has the amendment suggested adding weekends been included there?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, yes, that's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move the City Council gives unanimous consent to go to third reading of the Memorial Cemetery Bylaw 2032-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to Memorial Cemetery Bylaw 2032-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Just keep rolling along.
May as well.
I move that City Council gives first reading to the Wetaskiwin Cemetery Bylaw 2033-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move the City Council give second reading to the Wetaskiwin Cemetery Bylaw 2033-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives unanimous consent to go to third reading of the Wetaskiwin Cemetery Bylaw 2033-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to the Wetaskiwin Cemetery Bylaw 2033-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I would like to move that City Council rescinds bylaws 1880-17 and 1983-20.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 12D, approval for the revised Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 2035-23. Welcome back.
So the purpose of this request is to ask council to repeal Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 2023-22. The approval of the council social media policy earlier this meeting renders section 13, use of social media, in that current bylaw redundant. So this new bylaw removes that section. In section 13, there's like 3 parts of that. 13.1 is covered in section 4.4 of the council social media bylaw. Section 13.2 is covered in section 5.4 of the social media bylaw, and then 13.3 is covered in section 4.6 of the social media bylaw. So again, this is just to ask you to repeal the current one and then approve the updated version.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council gives first reading to the revised Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 2035-23.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives second reading to the Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 2035-23.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives unanimous consent to move the third reading to the, to move to third reading to the Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 2035-23.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to the Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 2035-23.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council repeals the current Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 2023-22.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Unanimously. Looking for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Councillor Nielsen. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Need a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. We are going to break for lunch until 1 p.m. Welcome back. We're into new business, and I've got one item I'd like to add, and that is a policy review for flags. That will be 15B. Anybody else have anything? Looking for approval to add that as 15B. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. By-election update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, with the resignation of Councillor Lonsdale, we are required to hold an election on April 24th. Administration did ask Council to get approval for an extension. We did send the letter to Municipal Affairs. However, due to the current provincial election, Municipal Affairs responded saying that it was not possible to extend the deadline. So we are currently planning to hold the by-election, municipal by-election on August 15th, 2023. And so we are looking for 2 motions today. The funding of up to $45,000 from contingency reserve to cover the costs of a returning officer, all of the election staff, all of the rentals and equipments and purchases that have to be made in order to hold the election. And then also looking for direction from council right now to allow administration to appoint the returning officer. Typically this falls on to the CAO, or council can appoint someone directly, but we have an RFP out right now, and given the deadline and some of the timelines that we have to meet, it would be more expeditious if a council allowed me to appoint the returning officer based on the proposals that we receive and pick the best person. So those are the 2 motions we're looking for. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Can council still appoint?
You could.
I appoint. I'm going to make a motion to appoint Paul.
Oh.
That's what caught my attention. Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
I move that City Council approves funding for up to $45,000 from the contingency reserve to cover the costs of the required by-election.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to administration. Sue, will this cover overtime for staff, or do they just get time in lieu?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we usually give them the option, but we prefer that they take time in lieu instead of overtime because we want to balance their work and life.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I would like to move that City Council directs administration to appoint a returning officer once the request for a proposal, the RFP process, is completed.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. And so what is the official election date?
August 15th.
15th. I don't know why I had 17th in mind. Perfect. Item 15B, flag policy review. We had a delegation in this morning looking for the approval to raise a flag. And I would like to see this as part of a policy as opposed to being approved as one-offs, as it can put council in a precarious position. And I would rather have that under the mandate of the CAO, to be in a precarious position. Further to that, I also will be looking for an additional flagpole to be added to 2024's budget so that we aren't swapping flags out, but that's for a later discussion. Just know my intentions to have something else put out there. When would be a timeline for that?
For the policy or for the, yeah, September or October?
September 1st or 2nd meeting?
Either one's fine.
Okay. For the September 12th meeting. Nope, September 11th, sorry, Labor Day's on the 4th.
I would move that City Council review the flag policy by September 11th, 2023. Maybe I should, and report back to Council on September the 11th.
Co-moved by Councillor Elliott.
Would it be City Council or the administration?
Administration would bring it back to us.
So do we move that City Council reviews or administration reviews?
It would be City Council directs administration
Okay.
to
Review.
bring the flag policy.
Yes, to review the flag policy and report
To bring the flag
But-
policy
yes,
back to the September 11th. Yeah.
on the September 11th meeting.
Councillor Billingsley.
Excuse me. Through the chair to administration. So will we get the amendments to the policy more than a week and a half beforehand if there want to be any changes, or that will be the discussion at that meeting? Is that?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, what we would do is bring it back into COW for that day
Okay.
to get feedback from council, and then we would bring it back to a regular council meeting for approval.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just correct one more time. I move that City Council directs administration to review the flag policy. I think that's what we're trying to say, isn't it?
Does that get us back to a committee of the whole meeting for us to make any changes and see any of administration's recommendations? Okay. Thank you. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Was there anything else? Meeting adjourned at 13:10.